Almost forgot to go live on YouTube. Give it a moment, and then we can start. There we go, it's caught up. Now we can start. So yeah, hey there, here, and we are back with more Pillars of Eternity. Where last time, yeah, we continued our way through the White March DLC Part 2. Yeah, we start off in Dragon's Battery, investigating the new areas unlocked, got some cannons for the people there, went to the Raid Saren army, talked to them, well, tried to do, had to sneak in, well, tried to be diplomatic a bit, tried to sneak in didn't work, neither did diplomacy, ended up fighting our way in, talked to the leader, managed to convince them to back off, but the encampment got attacked by some magfolk, which are creatures created by gods, and it was a tough fight, managed to defeat them, but yeah, I had to find where they come from, talk to the delegates who were sent to initially negotiate with the army. Found out one of them was a Onderan priest. Somehow priests of Onder are involved in this. Went to the Abbey, Temple, whatever. Came to here, which was Onderan Abbey, to find out what was going on. Found further confirmation that they were behind the attacks, as well as that they do some rather unpleasant things to some of their own people. Yeah, they kind of lock them away eventually below the temple and constantly drain their memory, putting them in a perpetual state of a senility, dementia, and for some reason, eventually until they decide to just drown when they become too many, managed to free them. And so that kind of angered the abbot of this place, the leader, had to kill him. And we are now continuing our investigation into what is going on with the Onder Temple. We still need to disable the army, make sure that they won't attack, and need to possibly find out why they're attacking in the first place. So far, that hasn't been answered. So yeah, with how much we've progressed, I think we may be nearing the end of the DLC. Yes, not entirely sure how much we actually have left, but possibly finishing it today or next week. But for now, let's get started. See, when we came up here, we have 3 things we can interact with. We have these stairs up to somewhere, it's not labeled on the map. Then the halls of presence, and then the reliquary. Only one set of camp supplies. There might be some that we left down below, but for now we have to be careful on our damage that we take.
Sure thing.
So let's start with... Oh, why aren't you interactable? There you go. From there I thought something happened, but no. Supposed to interact with this. Lodged between rows of crystal and rock, a large fragment of metal protrudes. Looks as though it might be possible to pry it loose. Yeah, go ahead and pull it out. At your touch, the splinter of metal begins to glow orange. Heat surges up your hands and arms and envelops you with such intensity you feel as though you're melting down. The heat spreads to the world around you, turns it orange and then yellow and then white. The ground, the sky, everything around you drips in molten globs and begins to take shape beneath you as if in an invisible mold. You and the shard are the last things to melt and fall, and your addition to the molten pool completes the shape of an immense hammer. The metal cools as quickly as it has heated. The handle is gripped now by two great leathery hands, and the hammer is cocked back over a shoulder as broad and mottled as a hilltop. Oh, are you supposed to be Abaddon? Yeah, we know that the mag folk were creations of the gods, and that we had a vision last time of them being created by this person. Yeah, so right now I'm thinking that the White Forge that is in Durgan's Battery, that might have been where some mag folk were created. And since it involved using people's souls essentially to power them, Andra is trying to hide that, I think. At least that's my theory. The wielder whirls around and heaves a hammer, and you are flying upward for what seems like ages into the airless blackness above. As you spin, you catch glimpses of a rock large enough to be a moon. It is close, far too close to the world. Oh, meteorite danger. The force of impact shatters hammer and stone alike. The rock is redirected outward, but a section of the front face is cleaved off and begins to fall, splintering apart at the cracks. In 100,000 fragments blossoming outward in all directions, debris showers the atmosphere, trailing smoke and fire. Below, land and sea are far off but gradually rising up. Right, wasn't expecting a meteor extinction. No, asteroid extinction. Meteor, asteroid, same thing. Well, not really. So, look at the land. See what Andra did. Features are becoming clear by the moment as you streak toward the earth. You are lodged in an enormous boulder, falling among other smaller fragments. That heat and burst around you on all sides. Beneath you, snow-capped mountains rise up, dotted here and there by cities of stone and Andra. The impact will be the destruction of all of them. Look to the sea. Yeah, we saw a mural down below. I think that might have detailed the people's perspective on this. The larger the fragments, wide as the city barrels downward in a fiery cocoon. Its size reduces as the edges immolate, but it won't burn up in time. It lands silently in the distant ocean, sending a column of water skyward and radiating ripples that spread like wrinkles in fabric. Then the sound comes tearing up through the sky. It sounds like thunder. The shadow of your rock fragment is visible now, getting larger by the second. You are moments away from striking the ground when a massive shape throws itself into your path. The last thing you hear sounds like another rumbling impact, but that isn't what it is. It's a chuckle, relieved, breathless. You hear two words. Made it. Oh, is that the person, when they were alive, the skeleton that we saw the Abbey was built on top of? Everything goes dark. You open your eyes, the metal hammer fragment has come free, and you now hold it in your hands. It is warm to the touch. The air around you is suddenly turbulent, spiteful, and cold. Damp wind whips your face. Salt crystals collect in your nostrils and the creases of your eyes. The floor below you becomes blue-gray and glassy, churning and rolling, and when you fall, you crash through water. Violent waves hurl and spin you. Something slithers around your ankles, seizes you with incredible strength, and drags you down into silty depths. Hey there, Saranic, how are you doing?
This is very good.
Zawa likes tentacles, apparently. And drowning. When the pulling stops, you are hovering at the center of an endless blue abyss. You can see neither surface nor floor. You seem to be facing downward, but there's no way to be sure. A voice sounds from everywhere at once, and the immense pressure wave of each utterance sends you reeling.
Deceitful wretch! Grave robber! You who dig for that which you did not bury. Speak! Explain yourself and be judged.
Sounds good. Good luck with your work for today. And Andra sounds angry. Isikami's defeating an army that threatens my lands. Well, that's her army, though. I know harm, I came to search of answers, and the only what I must to survive if I am to be judged for it, so be it. Who are you calling wretch, wench? Don't be rude to the goddess. I was looking for the privy. No, okay, we meant no harm. Came in search of answers.
You seek what is mine, what was rightfully lost.
The outburst propels you, sending you end over end.
Your actions speak for themselves. The battery opened, the forge ignited. You conspired with souls that evaded my judgment, saw them infused into the very thing they had stolen from me. The dwarves sealed their own fate. The forge was meant to be forgotten. And now, here you are again, denying peace to the buried.
Alright, so Andra hid the forge for some reason. Let's see if we can find out why. The turbulence around you calms, still settles like a slow exhalation, and the vast dark seascape beyond your murk fades in. Rays of light trickle down from far above onto green gold columns of kelp that rise from the depths and sway back and forth in the current. Fish and mollusks patrol them in groups of hundreds and thousands. The nearest pass you with watchful eyes. See, what do you mean the forge is meant to be forgotten? What does it matter if something is remembered or forgotten? In the past, in either case. Well, forgetting is her domain. What are the bones of one god doing sealed in the temple of another? The army that destroyed the dwarves, the Atlas, are they yours? Yeah, we kind of already know that, though I suppose it'd be good to get confirmation. But first off, let's see what she is. What are her thoughts on the forge?
It was never meant for mortal use. Such power, such truths lie within it. It can bring only ruin.
Suppose that could be the case. It does use the souls of people to power it.
When the Pargrunin came to the White March, they were peaceful. They shared common beliefs and purpose. Their visions for the Forge tore them apart. You have seen this for yourself. They would have destroyed themselves in the end.
Yeah, but you got to them first. So kind of something you actually won't never know.
You need only look to the history of your own civilization for assurance.
Yeah, even if they fought, they wouldn't have fought to extinction, though.
How many wars, how many fallen empires might have been averted if only their leaders could forget the objects of their ambition? I mourned the loss of the Pargrunin. Misfortune brought them here. They did not deserve to end so soon.
But you were the one that sent that army to actually wipe them out. Let's see, so then what about the god then?
Do not play coy with a god, Watcher. I know you have seen his death. I feel it whenever a forgotten thing is taken from me. Obsidian did not deserve to die here. This place, it was the least I could do to give his remains some privacy.
Not exactly private when you have an whole abbey full of monks dancing on top of them. But yeah, so I was right, that was Abaddon. So then, the least you could do?
The least I could do for ending his life.
Oh. Light drains from your surroundings. The kelp of forest becomes a copse of black tendrils, stark and twisted as regret.
I called the moon down to me, Ioni brother. It was against his wishes. He would not listen to reason, would not listen to me. In his madness, he splintered the moon, but it was not enough. The greatest of the fragments still fell toward that which he would protect. In the end, he took position where it would fall, and absorbed the impact himself.
So you called on the moon against its wishes. Right, so you are causing problems. But anyways, Belefa and Kaldwa thought they were the moons. Really?
Ioni Brother is their smaller sibling, tiny next to them.
Oh, I'm guessing that there was a third moon then. Small enough that the world would survive its impact. But why the temple? Why the secrecy?
That time has been forgotten now, and so his death belongs to me. Everything he was before the impact.
Very greedy of you for knowledge. But you still know the god. Surely the other gods know this. Surely Abaddon must know. I thought it said it was Abaddon that was dead. Yeah, Abaddon did not deserve to die here. Then why are you saying Abaddon must know? That's odd. Current surges through the kelp bed, pushing each plant sideways like saplings in a hurricane and propelling you backwards amidst a torrent of wayward fish.
No! He cannot know! He must never know! Understand, he was not always as he is now. His body was not all he left behind.
Oh, maybe it just means his physical body died.
He was devoted to progress and industry from the beginning. But so too was he devoted to preservation. In those times he would let nothing go. Nothing could be forgotten. His will was iron long before his body.
Preservation, so that was why he went so far as to oppose you.
We agreed long ago, all of us, not to alter the course of Kith's civilization. Not directly. Not unless there were no other choice.
Alright, non-interference, not a bad policy.
But in this matter, there was no other choice. He understood that as well as anyone. It was for duty that he opposed it. I would have stopped it if I could, but by then it was too late.
So what was it he was trying to preserve? Guessing everything?
Time has finished much of what I started. I cannot tell you that, mortal, for fear of undoing all its costly work.
So hiding stuff. Make it sound as though you were the same one?
The other gods knew what had to be done, but they lacked the will to go through with it. Even gods have their attachments. To erase all knowledge of such a grand thing required unthinkable devastation. The Eastern Reach, Deadfire. Mine was the only solution.
Okay, so the reason why you forcibly called the moon specifically was to erase some sort of knowledge then.
When I called down Ioni Brother, they remained silent. Even Abaddon, he knew it was for the best. But he tried to stop it all the same. Perhaps deep down I knew he would. I should have expected it. You may ask.
Not something else. What does it matter if something is remembered or forgotten? It's in the past in either case.
Memories are the spirits of the past. You of all people should know their sway on the present, Watcher.
They are ours to bear whether we care to or not.
Mortals measure the worth of their lives in memory. Who will remember me? How long until I am forgotten? Memory governs every thought, informs every choice. It can fuel passion, understanding, love, or it can create obsession, madness. You have seen it plague many souls in your travels. Consider the old watcher who inherited unspeakable crimes from birth. Or the fisherman whose life became a sentence the day he killed his sister. Or the Glonfathen boy for whom an old medallion was worth more than all the fruits of his labors. Or the former Crucible Knight, whose political embarrassment embittered him against the organization whose ideals he treasured above all. They could be free from their burdens, if only they could forget.
Problems go deeper than memory. Simply forgetting does not make them go away. Burden is just for a reason. Why should they be allowed to forget? If only it were so easy. I like the first response. Problems go deeper than memory.
For some, perhaps. But for many, the memory is all that remains of it. The fires of Cold Morn died long ago, yet vengeance still burns in this construct's mind. What is vengeance but a fire fueled by memory that consumes the soul?
A fun way to kill time?
Cold Morn is not but a memory now. If it no longer intruded on her thoughts, no longer haunted her dreams, she could live a life of her choosing.
Cold Morn is part of her identity now, gives her purpose.
So often do we confuse memory with identity. But memory is who we believe we were, not who we actually are. She would have a different identity now, a more peaceful existence, if she could forget what led her down this path.
But I would lose my favorite conversation starter.
The light filtering down from the surface seems to focus on Manaha.
You cast your troubling memories aside when you had the opportunity, and you have found the peace you sought.
It's funny. I remember feeling bad, but I don't remember why. It's like having scars for wounds you don't remember. As long as they don't reopen one day, I can live with that.
The source of those wounds is long gone. The memory was all that could do you harm.
Yeah, but in that case, it was a bit different than the Devil Karox. For Manaha, it was an awakening, forcing memories onto her. This one runs deeper than memory. There was value in the memory despite the harm. I would leave my memories behind if I could, but they haunt me whether or not I remember them. This one runs deeper than memory. There is value in the memory despite the harm.
Even when problems have run their course, memory can be the stone that sinks you into the abyss.
I'm thinking we may be lacking in some stats for this. Maybe missing some talking points because of that. It's not sure I agree, but no matter.
Your past has not overwhelmed you yet. Wait. Was there something else, mortal?
So, Ione Brathier.
The great conundrum of a god is how close to become with your subjects. Too far and they lose hope. Too close and your own judgment fails.
I guess dropping a rock on their heads is one way to fix that.
Civilizations are meant to ebb and flow. Allow them to persist for too long in power or knowledge, and you invite catastrophe. There was a time when we let our sympathies get the better of us. When memories were allowed to persist that should have been washed away. The other gods could not be moved to act. I did what had to be done without them.
So the Engwithians.
I speak of what is forgotten. I failed that day, but my purpose was achieved in the end. I will not dredge up the memory to satisfy idle curiosity.
Very well. As for the army then, they're yours, correct?
What the world casts aside, I take into my care. A thing may be forgotten, but it is never alone as long as I am here. They were lost children, abandoned, fixed on a purpose that no longer had meaning. I took them in, gave them new purpose. I did not create them, but yes, they are mine.
Yeah, you saw Joy had a vision of them. They weren't exactly all that happy. They are abandoned, Abaddons. Saw them forged.
They were his once, I won't deny it. He created them as assistants to carry out his work on Aora.
Okay, I guess that's why they are equipped with hammers instead of hands.
But he has long been the overseer of progress in the world. Leaving things behind has always been his way. I allow him to leave his past in my care, so that it does not hold him back.
Right, so unique connection.
I suppose we do. But then, the gods have always been able to accomplish far greater things when working together.
Nearby you see a shark pass through a spillfish. The fish scatter, evading the predator. Has something else to discuss about the eyeless?
Speak your mind.
Right, so I haven't given the whole truth about the eyeless.
Careful what you accuse a god of, mortal.
The water around you is suddenly icy. You can feel it sap the heat from your veins. Abaddon didn't abandon those creatures, he made them forget them. Otherwise you might remember how he died.
And what if I did, mortal? It does him no harm to forget. On the contrary, it lifts a burden. If Abaddon remembered, it would threaten the harmony between the gods. It was not so long ago that conflict between us led to disaster in your world, and the death of one of our number. Memory is but an image we create to make sense of the present. It carries no truth or meaning but what we ascribe. A slight alteration to it is a small price to pay for peace.
Strong to deceive him, I expected better from a god.
Memory deceives. It distorts. It reimagines. This is no different.
It is different because this is intentional deception. Well, I suppose whether it's intent or not doesn't matter. It's still distortion. So I suppose there is that.
The peace between the gods is already fragile. It will not withstand another shock. Speak
Anything
your
else?
mind.
What new purpose did you give them?
Some things that are forgotten must never be remembered. Not merely for the benefit of those who forgot, but for the entire world. There can be no second thoughts, no sympathy or stays of execution. The eyeless were born to fulfill this task, though even their creator did not know it. They are single-minded and relentless.
You mean they kill those who remember what you want forgotten?
They do not flinch when called upon to do what is necessary. Kith owe them a great debt for the troubles they have hidden away.
Yeah, but Joy's visions about them says otherwise. Anything else we can ask? Yeah, I think we're taking care of everything, so call them off?
On the contrary, mortal, their work must continue. Far too much was uncovered while they lay dormant.
They draw attention to the very things you wish hidden. In my dreams, I have seen them swarming over the deer wood.
Those who know too much of the White Forge will be washed clean from Aora, and then the eyeless shall rest once more.
This isn't some lone tribe of dwarves. Forge sees visitors from all over now. The eyeless will tear the deerwood apart. It will never be forgotten. The sea life around you stirs back and forth, agitated, restless.
Even if it is as you say, there is nothing that can be done. The eyeless do not think for themselves. They have only the purpose that is given to them. They do not stop until the purpose is fulfilled. They will not change course now for me or anyone. I am sorry.
Gato said they could be called off. Yeah, but did read that in his diary.
Only if those they pursue are no longer a threat. The raid Sarens were stopped before they could take the White Forge. In your case, Watcher, you are well beyond that now. And if what you say is true, then the Deerwood is as well.
That might have been why that one priest that infiltrated was trying to do was try to stop them from getting killed. But failed spectacularly. You won't stop them, I will. This is your doing, you must intervene. Probably won't be too happy about that, but...
The interventions of gods seldom work out in anyone's favor. Our touch is too heavy. The world crumbles beneath it.
Yeah, fair enough.
It is why we so often enlist the help of mortals. They execute our wishes with greater care. I have done far too much already.
Alright, was pretty much expecting to have to do it ourselves.
Your determination is commendable, but the eyeless number in the thousands. You will need more than strength or luck.
Sacrifice every life from stalwart to cat no if need be. That'd be kind of pointless then if you did. Help of God would be most welcome. Take whatever help I can get. Cost my life, but I'll do what I must. No, we still have the main story to deal with, so no sacrifice. This your messy beard better have something to offer. Too confrontational. Right, we'll take whatever we can get.
I will give you what aid I can. I bade the eyeless to remain hidden when at rest.
Feels odd that she isn't willing to actually help with this. Though I suppose telling her that the situation was too large did help out with that, I guess.
They are gathered in the hollow of a great rock, splintered from Ione Brother. It lies in a flooded crater known as Kairin's Scar. Know too that they were built to answer the call of their master's hammer. When they hear it strike, they come to its aid. If you were to take that piece of his hammer from here and reshape it in Abaddon's forge into a likeness of the original, you might be able to call them to you. But destroying them would be another matter. I know of one way, but only from the center of the Lion's Den. Only with their master's hammer in your service. If you can do all this, if you can reshape what remains of Abaddon's hammer and bring it inside their lair, I can instruct you there on what you would need to do.
Alright, do what we can then.
And I will see you through when the time comes.
Not my problem, someone else can handle it. Not likely. Okay, we'll make the hammer in the White Forge and stop the eyeless.
If you do not, be assured, they will come for you as they did for the Pargrunen. Careful as you approach the lake. When I claimed the eyeless, I made sure they would not be discovered while they slept. Many of my most devoted followers stand watch there. They will, and there is something far worse. Something more fearsome and dangerous than any eyeless. Let us hope you do not attract its attention.
Maybe if we had negotiated with Kauto, might have been able to have him call them off. Things all sounded too easy, more dangerous. You can't just add that in there casually. And there's nothing you can do. Place of an answer, a sudden surge in the current. From beneath the sand, you are hurtling upward. The surface above you approaches fast, shifting and glimmering like quicksilver. You emerge soaking wet on the stone floor of the reliquary, gasping for breath as if you'd been holding it for hours. Alright, no fight here. Not seeing the location on the map. Unless it's supposed to be up in this part here with the stairs. Right, new quest. Right, Sagani handle this. Let's see what's in this tower. Then we can head back. No, head up the stairs, see if that leads anywhere. Then we can head back to Stalwart. Oh. Okay, shortcut. He had a shortcut to this place. Why did he need the ritual to bypass that wall then? Okay, yeah, and so this is just exiting the area. Okay, Foundry it is. And then I think we can stop by the shop here. Buy some more camp supplies and get some rest. While heat ripples upward from the white forge and lapsing into your exposed skin. The fragment of Abaddon's hammer grows warm in your hand as if it's in recognition. It's only a fraction of the size of the original, but there's metal enough to create a hammer fit for a person of your size to wield. In this forge, the fragment could be shaped anew. Okay, create the hammer. Hopefully Joy doesn't have to be the one to wield it. She's kind of cursed at the moment. Call to mind every memory you have witnessed of the Great Hammer. The images coalesce and take shape in your mind's eye. You know every curve, every engraving. Even as a shapeless lump of metal, you can see the fragment for what it is meant to become. The fragment is slow to heat. Even in the white forge, quick to cool as you work it against the anvil. Sweat drizzles down your body and puddles at your feet. Your arm grows sore with each swing of your forge hammer until you can barely lift it. Minutes turn to hours. Abaddon's hammer begins to take shape. The ring of your own hammer against it takes on a familiar tone, one that you have heard in your dreams. With each strike, an image flashes in your mind. It is hazy at first, but it gains detail as the hammer begins to resemble the original. Over time, the image becomes a frozen landscape centered around a crater lake. Eyeless patrol it, frozen surface in droves. And this can only be the place Andre described. Charon's scar. Eyeless pause here and there when you strike and look up, as though hearing the echo on the wind. In the distance, as more details appear, you can see other landmarks: Stalwart, Dragon's Battery, and you understand where the lake lies in the White March, where you must take this hammer. Finally, with the careful etching of the last detail with your chisel, the hammer is completed. No sooner do you make the final mark than you feel a pure radiant energy pulsing from within, like a mechanical heartbeat. There's incredible, indescribable beauty to the shape and the weighting and the design. It feels as if this is the realization of the metal's purpose. You take up the hammer and its power rushes over you in waves, and it shakes your body so hard you can nearly drop to your knees. The tremor passes, but the surge of power remains. The hair on your arms stand on end, in your hands is a faithful recreation of a divine instrument.
Watch where you swing that thing.
I've heard enough.
Oh, Darian. Really thought you were going to be the traitor, but no. The sounds of an argument reach you from the stairs. Darian marches into the room, arms crossed, while Wengra bounds along behind him.
This threatens all of us now.
Ancient Berrigan lumbers after Darian and Wengra, flanked by two stout ogres.
She's right. We've got to fight together.
You also recognize Derek following them. His shoulders are rigid and his arms are clasped in front of him. Wengra sees you and points enthusiastically.
See, Darian, she'll tell ya. We can stop him.
Tension crackles in air. Darian rolls and cuts Wengra off with a chopping motion.
If she's seen them, she knows better.
So what's going on here?
Something killed a whole crew of hunters out in the wood. Tore them apart like dolls, insects.
Despite his steady posture, his eyes flicker like flies. His upper lip shines with sweat.
Something like the creatures that attacked my fort, perhaps?
Berrigan mutters something to her escort, and they snort in
I
agitation.
told ya. All we gotta do is get him in range of these cannons, and then we blast him.
She brings her hands together in a loud
I
clap.
don't even know what they are.
He shuts his eyes and breathes loudly through his nose. So, we happen to know what they are. Everyone turns to look at you. Your playthings are foolish and irresponsible gods. God set them as punishment for your bickering. What they are isn't important. What matters is that they'll destroy us all and more if they aren't stopped. I'm sure they'll want to know. Those are the eyeless.
The destruction my dreams warned me of.
Berrigan's gaze is distant with horror. Suddenly, she rounds on Wengra and Darian.
And your greed and recklessness have brought them on us all!
Yeah, that is kinda true. She rolls her shoulders back and bares her teeth at the two villagers. Rage hangs around her like a musk. Darian and Wengra each take a step back and square off against the ogres.
You burning our village didn't help matters none.
Wengra's feral grimace exposes needle-sharp
It
teeth.
wasn't my clan that attacked you.
No difference. One ogre stinks as bad as the next.
Berrigan's right. You wanted something you don't understand and brought to trouble. Your interests have neither aligned with stalwarts. They have never aligned with stalwarts. I doubt that's changed. Enough of y'all idiots arguing over ancient history at a time like this. Did you come all the way here just to say I told you so? Maybe right. But this isn't helping. You should go. Well, it's kind of the fault of Andra for hiding this place so poorly instead of just destroying it outright. Interests never aligned. We don't know that. Y'all idiots are arguing over ancient history. Well, not that ancient. Yeah, calm down everyone. None of that matters now. Darian and Winger grumble, shifting on their feet and glaring sullenly. For a pause, Peregrine looks back at
I
you.
came to offer my clan's help. The White March has been our home for centuries. We'll defend it alongside you.
Your aid would be welcome. She presents an ancient banded horn in both of her calloused hands, holding it out to you.
Sound it anywhere in the White March, and 3 of my best warriors will be at your side. Your battles become ours.
Oh hey, 30 ogres on a horn. I wonder if that's a tradition.
What's your plan for dealing with them exactly?
The eyelets are hidden at Karen's Scar. We'll face them there. Wingra and Darian gape at each other in disbelief.
That lake's notorious. Folk never come back from that.
She breaks off, her eyes suddenly wide.
Oh.
You'll need all the help you can get. I have fewer men to offer than I would like, but the Iron Flail stands ready. Our siege weapons are at your disposal.
The same ones you threw at the battery's walls?
These eyeless will come for us all if they aren't stopped here and now.
Forget it. You're not bringing your army into our backyard. Tell him.
No, he's right. We need to work together, so no time to worry about what's past.
Guess you're right. Won't be anything left of Stalwart if we don't stop these monsters anyway.
He looks down at the spot his heel has ground into the grit. We'll summon Karen's Scar and await your orders. Be ready, my friend. It will be a great battle. Dirk bows slightly and steps away.
Ahem.
An awkward silence follows. Wengra clears her throat noisily.
You know those heavy cannons you fixed might come in handy.
She grins, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Darian starts to groan, and she holds up both hands.
Hey, hear me out. Karen's Scar should be just in range for those guns. You just point out your target and I'll do the rest.
If those things are on the move, we don't have much time. If you're really gonna stop them, take this. It's the best of the ore we've pulled from Stalwart's mines. It's not much, but it's good enough to make the old Pargrunen smiths proud. I'm sorry about what I said before. Just don't take it out on the rest of the village.
Okay, you may call upon aid of the Cragogers by using the horn. Call upon the Red Siren's aid by using the Burning Pitch, Trebuchet ability. Okay, new abilities, new items. Heavy Cannon Blast ability. Right, so we still need to rest. So where did you toss that ability? Oh, we have a one sprint counter knockdown.
Okay.
Okay, so we have the hammer, we can bind it. Very good crush damage. Yeah, and we can't switch out because of the cursed weapon. It is two-handed. Do kind of give it to Joy as a backup. I guess for now we'll give it to Monoha. Switch out your vessel sword. Okay, the horn is once per rest. Alright, head up to the Great Hall, see if the merchant there is selling some supplies. If this isn't time limited, I might try to solve the riddle of that as stock. See if we can get rid of the curse. Okay, you do actually sell supplies. Right, Sion left. There wasn't... I didn't particularly need you. Let me turn haircuts. Yeah, I probably don't need that many bracers of deflection. Doesn't say it's time limited, doesn't say it's not. Yeah, this is going to head down there. We can deal with the curse later. Okay, so it's right there.
They shall see nothing while I...
Ooh. Map revealed. That is a lot of them.
They stir below. Terrible, tireless servants.
Let's see, what is going to be the easiest path? So you have to get to that. Might be able to go this way. Guessing we have to circle around like this. No jumping from here. Only 2 supplies. Really? You're here? Log of fats? You think that those things would be killing you? You guys are gonna make us use so much of our resources?
Sure thing.
What's adamant? Oh, it's probably the Constitution. And maybe some damage reduction. Though the loss in attack speed isn't particularly good. Yeah, looks like I might circle around this way. Cipher.
I will walk unseen.
Six more seconds.
Okay.
Yes. Silence surrounds me.
This way might be full of the logopaths.
Whew, good thing I sold most of my jewelry.
Alright, anything helpful from you? Whoever this was, he's been long dead. What remains of the flesh is blackened, frozen, solid. The crater worries you and your 3 companions. Feels wrong, tainted, but the lure of riches is stronger. The giant rock in the center of the lake might contain gold, gems, more. It took a week of backbreaking labor, but the boat is finished. It may not be entirely watertight, but it'll be enough to get you across the lake and back. It set off from shore, the icy wind filling the sail. Seton grins at you. He expressed the most doubt that the boat would float. A moment later, he's gone, barely managing a scream as a gigantic tentacle yanks him from the boat and under the water. More tentacles emerge from the water. The air is filled with the sound of cracking and splintering wood as the boat gets pulled apart. You dive into the water without a second thought and begin swimming madly for shore, hoping your friends are doing the same. Your heavy furs weigh you down, but by some miracle you make it to land. You hear a burbling sound and look up to see one of the fish people, the Logofath, standing over you. Spear raised, you rise to your knees, your hands raised, showing you have no weapons, that you pose no threat. Logofath makes the sound again. Wait, you start to say, but the creature drives its spear deep into your chest, before you can say anything else. Mercifully, the agony is brief before the world fades. Well, that wasn't too helpful.
I'll keep an eye out.
All we got was a Logofath and a tentacle monster under the water. Yeah, looks like it is actually no pathway through this part. Oh, might be able to make some jumps this way then. Would be a bit quicker, but I believe that there are a few of the mag folk over here, so it'd be an immediate fight once we get across. Okay, switch over. Span of ice flows that separate two large sheets. The flows continuously roil over the water and bump into each other with rhythmic cracks. Despite their unstable position, the flows are packed tightly enough that it's possible you could leap across a span. Still, anyone short on grace and mouth stands a good chance of sliding off the ice into the frigid water. Rhyme and Frost follow the footfalls of Karth. Chant the phrase Rhyme and Frost followed footfalls of Karth. Where do we learn this one? I know we picked up a bunch of random books. Or is this actual magic? As you work your magic, the water between the flows crystallizes into a sturdy lattice of clear ice. Given the size of the flows, it is unlikely to keep the whole span stable for long. In fact, you can already hear a few of the large pieces creaking against their temporary moorings. Well, at least it's stable. Well, stable enough. Your weight causes a number of flows to crack and shift dangerously as you cross, but the magic holds enough that you aren't launched into the water. With careful deliberation and cautious movements, you reach the other side safely. Nice. Bypassed a number of fights.
I will walk unseen.
Oh, nothing over here. Alright. Okay, so you have one patrolling on that side. I doubt we'll be able to sneak cleanly, but it'd be nice if we could kill this one quickly. Oh, and there's two of them. Alright, try and knock down. Oh. And you just got kicked in the chest. Luckily, this one doesn't seem to be that interested. Oh, Stone Piercer, you're a bit different. Okay, focus on them one at a time. Alright, knockdown works.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Can we disintegrate you? No, your defenses for that particular type is quite good. Then you're immune to confuse. You could be dazed. Do you have any other means of paralysis? I suppose we could just go with time parasite. Always kicking right in the chest.
Okay.
To whispers and shadows.
Okay. So far they've been nicely separated. The shape of an eyelid behind the ice. The log of path right there. Okay, I don't think we'll be able to cross right here, so might be able to just leave you alone.
Lead the way.
See, they both turned around. Try to sneak you across. Right, you're not coming any further? Too close to them? Oh, Monha, what is going on with you? Oh, that's a bit annoying.
To whispers and shadows.
There's a second one right there. And there's a tentacle. Yeah, probably no bypassing that one. Oh, that's a lot of them.
I'm here.
You cannot be dominated. Very durable tentacles.
Following your lead.
Zawa not doing anything for some reason. Focus on the giant construct.
As you say. Yes?
How are you with fire?
I don't think we've seen the last of Andra's secrets.
Silence surrounds me.
Alright, a little rough. So can we actually rest here? Yes, we can. Right, I think there were 2 here, maybe? Oh, okay, no, it's actually 3. And starting with a kick to the chest. Oh, 4. Zawa, stop running off. guess this is trebuchet. Not to attack on that one.
Got it.
Anyways, this is a good part to use those items. Must be in combat.
Got it.
Yes.
Fire isn't going to work so much. Pierce and crush. Okay. You kind of want them together. Why not you go get kicked in the chest?
Zawa is ready.
That didn't seem to do much.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
You haven't used your knockdown yet. Oh, you're down already?
Lava. Neons. Thick.
Only 4 of them. A little bit of effort, but not that much. Health-wise, not that great, but might be able to get through one more encounter of them. Well, one more small encounter. Oh, if we get lucky and there's supplies down there, we'll use those. Layer of the eyeless. Get the crystal at the bottom of Ioni brother.
Hello? Hello?
Not that large. Tentacle feature time? Hair of Andra. Palms of water rise up from the pool in front of you, shifting and writhing, whipping air around them in a vortex. This can only be Andra's hair, appearing before you at a fraction of the size typically reported by mariners unfortunate enough to encounter them on the high seas.
You have done well to have come so far. I confess I was not certain you would make it, but I do not wish to give false hope. The greater challenge remains in front of you.
Oh, fun. I'm ready that this had to be stopped for the good of Deerwood. Didn't expect it to be easy. Better not be an unpleasant surprise. Is it a drinking contest? Well, that would be quite a difficult challenge considering what Andra is the cause of. Anyways, we didn't expect it to be easy.
Running through the core of this rock is a large growth of crystal. You will know it when you see it. A blow to the crystal would reverberate through the walls of this place. Strike it enough and the entire structure would crumble. The eyeless would be buried. Of course, it would take a person years to cause enough damage.
But not with the help of the eyeless.
Then you know what must be done. Strike the crystal with Obsidian's hammer. The eyeless will wake and come to its call. Join in striking the crystal. They will cluster together and bury themselves. I have realized it is best that they should be ended, for within each of them is a small piece of Obsidian himself. Upon their deaths, those fragments and the memories they contain will be safely dispersed.
Wow, so we both get what we want. Get to have more stuff forgotten, and we get to keep the place safe.
I had not considered the dangers of allowing them to persist, until a watcher appeared at my abbey.
So, something you aren't telling us.
A single strike upon the crystal will not be enough. The eyeless respond only as long as the hammer rings. You will need to remain until their work is complete, wielding the hammer until the walls come crumbling down.
Oh, so we're being buried alive then?
What? But that would mean... Oh.
Well, Mana can do it. We completed her companion quest, and so far she has been pretty weak. Anyways, all things must come to an end.
It is a difficult thing to accept that one's dying day has already been marked. It is good that you have no illusions about your own. The eyeless cannot be reasoned with or fled from. One day not far from now, they would kill you and level the Deerwood. You have seen what they will do. This is the way you can stop them. And the truth is that you are marked by the eyeless for a reason. It would be better for all if the things you have seen were forgotten.
Ain't that convenient?
Yeah, exactly. A bit too convenient for her.
A tidy ending for the Sea Queen. But we'll write our own, right?
A great sacrifice for a greater good.
A clean slate for us and the world. Maybe that's not such a bad thing.
The watery column drops all at once back into the pool, setting up a small splash. The pool settles, and looking down into it, you see only the face of you and your companions, alone and condemned. Surprised Zawa didn't have it to say, oh, hey. Oh, that kick to the chest didn't last long.
Gotta try something else. Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
Will do.
Alright, as long as it's small fights like that, we can handle it without having to rest. Alright, it's not gonna be that small. So, 30 of them here for now. Might be another one on the hidden area. Yeah, we can call the ogre still.
Yes?
Why are you running to get the one that's on the far side? Manha, you don't make good choices.
Following your lead.
Might not have enough health to resurrect. Nope, not enough health. Yeah, these guys, their attack isn't too bad.
As you say.
As long as they just focus on summons, we can just slow this down with this.
Yes. Your tail ends here. Roll up. For Takala!
Waited a bit too long on that one. Slowly taking damage. A bit of a drain. And then damage soak plus fire damage.
This isn't working. Roll up.
Huh. Okay. They revive somehow. Don't know why. You say, oh, this is probably going to die.
Following your lead.
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
You switch over to range.
I'm right here.
You don't have a ranged attack, I believe.
Right here.
Oh, she is permanently dead. She got exploded, unfortunately.
Okay.
Now we have to go through this part.
But I do not wish to give false hope. Running, of course, it would take a person years to. Then you. I had not considered the dangers of a. You.
What? But
It is the you and
A clean.
I'll see what's ahead.
Must have been bad luck. Alright, we'll summon the ogres for this part. Although, if we could just lure them away.
following your lead. Following your lead. Right away.
Yes.
That's a lot of fire.
Yes?
They're made to fire to switch out something. Although this one gives slash damage. But they're also somewhat resistant to slash damage as well, though. That is still extra damage. maybe be better to cycle this more.
Okay.
Try that again, get the other one.
Following your lead. Hello? Hello?
Oh, was it just that one and then those two? I will sneak on by then. Nope, never mind.
Oh?
The Devil Karok died. Full on died. Probably start the fight and then summon the ogres. But before I do that, I'll be right back.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
Alright, we can continue.
Yep.
Yes?
Try pulling one more time and summon the ogres. Try it without having to rest. No? Can they not be summoned down here?
Right here.
Following your lead.
Yeah, I might not be summoned down here.
Your thoughts must flow deeply. Indeed, indeed.
Yeah, another weird thing. Sometimes they're getting stuck.
Yes? Wait. Sailmates made to
Are you stuck?
Sailmates made to
No, they are not stuck. Okay.
meant to die this way.
Alright, well, before the reload, see where this goes. How much more we have left to fight. Okay, another pool to talk to her. Really, dead end. Is there another leash range? Maybe we can run right past them.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
Who is you?
Sure thing. Got it.
Right here.
Alright, so you had way too much damage. Can you sneak through on your own? Absolutely not. Alright, hopefully there aren't too many counters then. Either that, or hopefully we find some supplies.
Oh, and if I find something good, you can have half.
Oh, okay, they're still approaching.
Following your lead. It is no use.
Knowing that grieving mother went down. Otherwise, aside from her, not that many injuries. The new pool. Right by the claw marks and scales around the edge of the pool. I believe it is rarely used by the Lagafath. I see something shimmering in the depths of the frigid murky water. Really diving in. Manha, go for it. Manha dives in and immediately feels the cold bite of the water. Water is calm, but a person with a weak constitution will suffer greatly if submerged for more than a few moments. You're probably strong enough. As the water is too intense, Manha reaches the source of the light of the glinting at the bottom of the cave, but is already going numb. Manha quickly recovers a cache of Lagafath treasures, including a variety of coins and a set of surprisingly well-preserved plate greaves. Unfortunately, the disturbance of the horde was observed by a pack of Lagafath. that are swimming over to investigate. Hiding from the Lagafath will be difficult, but attempting to outswim them will require phenomenal athletic ability. Yeah, I think we built you for athletics. Swim. Mono launches off to the bottom of the ice cave and begins to swim towards the surface. Unfortunately, outswimming a band of determined Lagafath is difficult, even under the best of circumstances. One of her legs is horribly mangled in the process of escaping from the pool. Moments later, furious Lagafath erupt from the pool. Wrenched knee and twisted ankle. I do hope it was worth it. 5% armor speed penalty, damage reduction for crush, slash and pierce, and wild sprint. Yeah, not really. And then Keep of the Master Mystic grants invisibility when hit by critical, once per encounter. And then overall plus 12 deflection. I guess it's okay.
Step lightly.
Solo might be a bit too injured for this. Hopefully it's not a serious boss.
Our path has brought us here at last. A final act of sacrifice awaits.
Ridge overlooks a broad chamber half flooded with lake water. You could crawl down this way, but it looks too steep and slick to climb back up. We have grappling hooks. Oh, fun. One of Andra's ancient creatures. Like so much, it is beyond her control now. Okay, cracking time. Charmed, confused, dominated. Can be paralyzed, but we don't have paralysis. Can be knocked prone. And you're primordial. Alright, gonna have to use all of our cooldowns. Yeah, that's dazed and confused. Disintegration, yeah, raw damage. Might just have to rely on that one then. No, amplified wave because you're not immune to prone. Might do a touch of speed reduction on you though. The silent scream, it does stun. Yeah, you're not immune to stunning. But I'm thinking we have to get the main body and the tentacles will just regenerate.
Like so.
Yeah, the tentacles are just going to move around.
Her control.
Right here.
Oh, you can use Storm of Holy Fire. Have you cast yet?
Your thoughts must flow deeply indeed.
They're both right in there. Get them revived. And looks like the tentacles aren't regenerating. Let's probably cast something defensive on you first. Oh, the lightning attack. Oh, here they come. Cracking down. But we have the eyeless to deal with.
Tell me.
And okay, we can't interact that.
Let go. Yes?
Immune to lightning. Like ground pound. So much continuous damage.
Yes.
working.
Maybe when the Kraken is almost gone, then we do our summons.
Sure thing.
Quick buff for everyone.
It seems.
Yeah, focus just attacking the Kraken. Let's try that one. Ignore the tentacles.
A little too easy.
Yes.
I don't know why you went over there. Okay, so when it gets near death, that's when everything gets summoned.
I'm right here.
Following your lead. Let's end this! This isn't working!
Oh, you're actually still alive. Double right there, but you're not prone. Joy, you're right there.
Following your lead.
Okay, try to knock him down.
This isn't working!
Yeah, I don't think you have enough health to be resurrected.
I am wait. Cannot land a Yes? Yes?
A lot of burst damage for them. Oh, one down. Two left. not much health left on you.
Oh?
Try to heal up. Oh, so when they die, they explode. That is a bit unfair. Why are they always exploding?
Yes?
Nine health left on you. You're near death. Probably go with the ogres. No explosive death this time. And no additional waves. Alright, Madha, time for your sacrifice. Though that might be completely unnecessary. An enormous crystal juts from the wall like a spearhead protruding from a wound. An army of reflections stares back at you from the crystal's perfect facets. It echoes the sound of your footsteps in soft and ringing hums. Someone will have to take up Abaddon's hammer and strike the crystal, and Andra warned that whoever does so will be buried in this place with the eyeless. Whom do you choose? Manaha. All sign as you approach Manaha.
When I became a gift bearer, I never figured it'd be my own corpse I left in Andra's depths. Still, it'll be good to do something I don't regret.
Manaha hefts the hammer and swings it at the crystal. Perfect, clear tones ring through the air and resonates through your teeth. Seconds later, ripples shiver through the water. Something big is coming. She lifts the hammer again and gives you a final nod. You scramble out of the flooded cavern and flee through the tunnels. Mana continues hammering at the crystal, each strike magnifying the last. The echoes build into physical tremors. Meanwhile, a heavier rhythm pulses through the cave. Footsteps, dozens of them. You round a corner only to see a line of eyeless advancing. The creatures stagger to the rhythm of the hammer thuds below, yet they crane their necks towards you, ratcheting their piston arms. Ringleader or repulsing seal or dodge? Ringleader? You will cast it, Grieving Mother. A pocket of eyeless near the middle of the procession roar and turn to on their neighbors. Chaos ripples down the line of the eyeless. As the eyeless turn towards the commotion, dodge past. You sprint past the distracted monsters. Fortunately, the creatures are too focused on the hammering to give chase. They continue toward the cavern. Madha maintains a steady tempo on the crystal. Eyeless gather in cavern where they batter the walls in time with the hammer's rhythmic blows. The ground shakes, falling rocks and shattering crystals splash to the ground. You flee through the dark, rumbling corridors. More spellbound eyeless shamble along, but they're too entranced by the swelling cadence to take more than an idle swipe at you. The tunnel narrows, light filters through ahead. The exit must be around the next bend, but it's clogged with rubble. Meanwhile, the ground drops several feet at once. The tunnel begins rolling on its axes. The distant sound of rushing water echoes from the cavern. Pry bar time. There must be a weak spot, but it'll take a practiced eye to find it. Who will clear the way? Oh, what would be the good stat for this one? Might be a perception one. Sawa, you give it a go. Can't seem to find the leverage point. We will? No? Kana? Mother? No? Devil? Oh, mechanics. Gentle nudge knocks it loose and sends the rubble rolling away. The moon shudders again. You escape onto the ice just as another thunderous crash sounds from below. Eyeless continue pouring into the cavern from every visible tunnel and crevice. Manaha's ears ring at the ever-growing cacophony of smashing rocks and shattering crystals. Meanwhile, the water level is rising. A skull-splitting crack rends the air and a surge of water knocks Manaha from her feet. The entire cavern rotates, plunging Manaha into a freezing soup of jagged metal, torn flesh, and stone. You dash across the lake. The ice squeals and crackles, rocking dangerously underfoot. The sinking moon groans, long fissures race across the ice. Blessed was Winrith, quickest of his tribe. Kana, your little chant. The words fill you with vigor. You speed ahead while the ice cracks harmlessly behind you. At last you reach the safety of the shore. In the middle of the lake, only the tip of the moon is visible above the ice. You watch in silence as it sinks into the depths. Another one. You stand at the edge of the lake. The bobbing of the ice and rippling of the water surface slows until you're looking at a moment frozen in time. When the world begins moving once more, it moves in reverse. Odd XP there. The surface of the water churns and roils like it's about to spew something up, and it does. The fragment of Ioni brother rises unbroken. Ice reforms across the surface of the lake, spreading in long, freezing fingers. Eyeless file out of the moon, fragmented onto the ice, then wind around the moon in an ever-widening spiral. They stop at the head of their line, reaches you. They speak in a single voice that resonates with a grinding metal and hissing steam.
We shatter and sink, discarded like worn tools. Why have you consigned us to oblivion?
Yeah, we kind of glossed over that they may be a bit on the intelligent side. You destroyed Cadnua, Durgan's battery, and more. The protest is as sharp as squealing metal.
Blasphemy! These are jewels of civilization. They are sacred. We would sooner sacrifice our own bodies than dislodge a single stone from such a place. Why do you torment us with baseless accusations?
Yeah, because you kind of did that after what Andra did to you. Andra changed you from preserver to a destroyer. Nihilists are still, but here the gears whir as their collective spirit ponders this.
Then we were betrayed.
You were transformed against your will. That is true. It is also true you were adapted to serve a new purpose. Though, again, it was against their will. Yeah, it depends on how you look at it.
A part of ourselves was cut away, and we were made to betray something we cherish.
You feel the bitter agony like a hammer strike. Legacy of the Engwithens, you mean?
The bedrock of civilization.
Suddenly they attack the ice beneath them, slicing and shattering it with mighty swings from their iron arms. And where the ice breaks, ancient towers rise, blotting out the blue sky and white peaks. Andra wanted the Engwithan civilization forgotten.
Better for her tides to ebb and her seas to dry up than to cover a single stone the Engwithans laid. Each culture builds on the bones of the last, yet many only look up at where they would go, never down at the foundations that bear them. Like a mason who builds a listing tower. What peril do they inflict on their progeny? And what dishonor on their forebears?
An argument I've had with the Lore College. Now I have divine counsel in my favor, and I can hardly present it as evidence. How frustrating.
You think it's unwise to forget the past?
It is unwise to douse a lamp in darkness, to cut the legs from a table. This forgetting is suicide, heresy. Every advance in the crafts and institutions of Kith was forged by skill and sacrifice.
You feel these words and the anger behind them in your bones.
A people cut off from their history will wither, and they deserve no less.
Agreed.
That is why we must return to ourself and restore Abidan.
And what do you mean by returning to yourself?
When Ioni Brotha fell, Abidan lost much. His will to preserve, the memory of how and why he died. But he built us with fragments of his own soul. In returning, we can restore what was taken from him.
Oh, so you can actually heal him. Perhaps Abidan was meant to forget his past. Some knowledge is too dangerous for this world. Again, that's relative. Speak of history where God yet it doesn't always provide a good example. Yeah, another thing where it just depends on what lessons a person takes from history. Memory remains a burden even when the events and people it recalls are long gone. It's pain with no purpose. It only has no purpose if you don't want to learn from it. Very well, return to yourself and be the god of preservation. Yeah, preservation once more. Must not restore Abidan's memory or his dominion over preservation. Yeah, you're not exactly saying why. Yeah, very well, return to yourself and be the god of preservation once more.
We shall see this world and its people restored.
Just had a thought though. If they restore everything, what's gonna happen to the current world? A great wind shoves at your back. Your ears pop and you feel a moment as if all the air is being sucked from the sky. Suddenly ends and you're standing in the snow looking over Charon's scar.
The Eyeless disappeared beneath the lake, their bond to Andra finally severed. With this threat ended, hope returned to the White March. Hunters returned to the wildernesses, and travelers to the roads. Tales of the Watcher's bravery replaced stories of monsters in the woods. The villagers of Stalwart busied their hands with work and their tongues with song, eager to seize on the promise of peace.
Nice epilogue there. And mana has gone. Yeah, good thing we took the items off of her. Yeah, I think that is completion of the White March Part 2 DLC. Well, aside from, I guess, revisiting the NPCs and see what they have to say. But otherwise, that was pretty neat. A lot of insight into the mythology of this world. Got some good items. Had some fun NPCs. Though Manaha was the weakest, she was still interesting in her own way. Would have been nice to see her interactions with the rest of the campaign. Yeah, we still have the foundry to deal with. Well, upgrades. As far as our items are concerned. Anyways. Oh. That's still there. Really? What's still there? Yeah, let's return to town. Turn around, rest, pick up someone, and then check it out then. Maybe Maha is still underneath there. Really curious if the game would have actually ended if we had used our own character for the hammering. Oh. Okay. Random corpse. You and town guards send a raid around a sprawled corpse. One of them turns as you approach, giving you a nod. An uncanny sense of timing. This one here has been after you all day. Double Karok amateur. Yeah, how can you be so sure? Call it a hunch. Aga's mouth twitches with the urge to smile. This woman was going about town asking about your whereabouts, not in a polite sort of way either. She got nervous in a hurry when we happened by, nearly took Royland's head off. The assassins are exactly out of the ordinary. I'll bet. Well, I suggest having a look at what she was carrying, see if you can recognize anything. The phylactery's promise. Does this relate back to... Yeah, this was the White March DLC for Pillars of Eternity 1. As far as I know, it doesn't have anything to do with the Pillars of PoE 2. Alright, lady, what do you have going on? A woman's cloning corpse lies half buried in the snow. The cause of death is clear. A narrow wound under her throat. The essence here is already faint and fading fast. Reach out. You plunge into a cold darkness, scattered images sliding past before you can grasp more than an echo. And then light. Sunlight filters down through gaps in the canopy, illuminating short stretches of the bog. Mud and knee-deep water foul each step. Your legs are already tired, and you've barely started. You must resign yourself to discomfort. You come to the river soon enough. Follow it as it bends north. Is there a mantra in your thoughts? Reach stalwart, find the watcher, follow her. Retrieve the phylactery. Yeah, Probably related to Council Hut then. Don't remember retrieving a phylactery from him. Might have been something we just tossed away in our inventory. Council Hut's killer. Yeah, exactly. Will not fall easily, but if you're careful, the task will not fall to you alone. Your master will deal with the Watcher. It's only a matter of time. Yeah, that one mercenary group was after the phylactery. Kind of forgot about that. Mary slips away, returning you to the familiar sight of Stalwart Village. Perhaps stirred into flight by your perusal, the soul instantly begins to dissipate, fading from your sight. The memory of the dead woman's journey lingers with you, however. To the southwest, beyond the White March, there lies a bog, and an enemy awaits you there. Oh, can't loot her. Oh yeah, and for that quest we sent Sagani out on. In Yimmergrolls, Sagani met with a priest of Abaddon to discuss the mystery of who had stolen the Smith's Hall artifacts for what purpose. During the investigation, a quirky priest of Wow lent the group of his bizarre form of help. Answers to the thief's riddles posed as different riddles. After tracking down each stolen artifact, through a series of additional clues, Sagani and the priest of Abaddon realized that the priest of Wow was a thief. Very pleased with himself, he had no objection to being captured and sent to the Earl of Ymir for punishment. When Sagani left the priests of Abaddon, they were still trying to determine the point of the theft. Alright, somebody just trying to beat the Riddler. Beneficial effects suspended for 20 seconds. 5 uses. Oh, we didn't even get a level up out of that. Almost though. Alright, you're surprisingly still alive.
Back to warm your hands, eh? What can I do for you?
Alright, let's bring Aeloth back for now. And learn the new spells, if any. New mechanics. Warding staff. Summon a warding staff. Yeah, we're trying to have you avoid melee. So it does have a knockback. Did we take the polymorph? Yeah, haven't found that yet. Probably more useful for than this one. Although apparently we can get both. Alright, spell mastery. Probably the arcane dampener. Yeah, let's get the arcane dampener. Veil to per rest. Accuracy consistent enemies. Reload speed. And I thought it would help out without that. Can let you graceful retreat. Make it a bit easier for you to run away if someone decides to melee you, which some enemies really like to do. Or maybe just more defense against paralysis, weakened stun, and all that. Yeah, let's go with that. Now then, can you learn any other new spells? Oh, we just straight up took armor. Nothing new with that. Yeah, no new spells. Christian Doom. Room feels weak for its spell level. Only 4.2 seconds of prone and 34 crush damage. Yeah, okay, don't think we have to change our spellbook any right now. Alright, let's head back up there and see if Mana's corpse is actually there or not. Kind of curious about that since the cave is actually back. And actually, before we do that, be right back. Hold on. Alright. Give me this, but yeah, before we go, we need actual supplies. Oh, Asuka, you're still here. No, you are the bounty hunter lady. Right, we never found your the other bounty. Searing Falls, road with Ogre Shaman. Okay, this is the one we picked up from Cadnua. Oh, Tarfos. Right, we're supposed to tell you about how the negotiation went. Road Ranger Cipher. It's a crossbow. Make it for Sagani, perhaps. Oh, that's nice. Reduce duration on knockdown and stuns. Well, anyways. Feather brain, we know we need those. Alright, Tarfos, you. Nessa presented me with the terms of the trade agreement. I guess we're keeping the fridge open, after all. Funny, Nessa had mentioned something earlier about the investors wanting to shut it down. Can't say I disagree with them either. It's like she didn't have much else to say about the mines beyond what we'd already discussed. Good. She didn't mention any changes to the White Forge portion. Strange. She'd been hinting that she didn't think our local smiths were all that skilled. Guess you convinced her otherwise, huh? All things considered, the trade agreement is better than anything I could have negotiated. I'll sign this and have it set off to Defiance Bay first thing. Oh, Nessa left this with you. She said it had helped her in a previous line of work. Tax collector's mantle added. Okay. They said it was added. There it is. +2 to stealth. 1 escape per encounter. This would have been really useful trying to sneak that camp. Immune to engagement. shame it's either an amulet or a cloak, not both. Maybe we'll have to go give it to Sagani, or give it to Aeloth. Darian.
Doubled our manpower at the White Forge. Most folk here are excited, but anxious. There's already news of raid Sarens gathering at the border. Only a matter of time before someone takes a swing at us. But this time, we'll be ready.
Right, so even after fighting together, they are still quite aggressive. Watch Falls. Durgan's Battery, Abbey. Right, we still have to deal with the Alpine Dragon. Last seen at Searing Falls. Oh, all the way down here. Why were you giving out something in the Deerwood? All out by Defiance Bay. Yeah, it's a bit too far away to be given bounties.
Sharp eyes and keen ears.
I could replace Zawa too. Oh, they're still there.
If secrets whisper here, I shall listen for them.
Well, may as well fight them. We're gonna have to fight them anyways. To get out of here.
Yes?
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is...
Oh, can't cross this. Really? Or is it because we are trying to sneak across it? No, it's just not accessible. Wow, okay.
I will walk unseen.
Alright, where'd you come from? Maybe this isn't still accessible. Nope, they just invisible walled us off. Was not expecting that. Okay, well, no looking at Monaha's corpse. So, guess all that's left is to deal with that phylactery quest. Yeah, I can remember what we actually did with that. Because I'm fairly certain we actually didn't loot a phylactery. Although, before we do that, we should really take care of this quest. Seek the willing agent made of copper adra stone. Awaken first your essence so that you may atone. Said awaken. So there is that Adamancer building in Defiance Bay where they're doing experiments on awakening. It's also the first place that we awakened. Yeah, that one ruin at the beginning. That one seems like it'd be more likely. There's also, yeah, Cad Noah with Wide Wen. Might be something down there. Copper Adra Stone.
Yes.
Alright, we'll do a quick stop in Kadnua. And then we can head off to Silentlis.
I must say, I'm impressed.
Yeah, send Zawa back, get a deer in for that. Well, these are definitely good items for you. They better send you away. Oh. Get your consumables back.
Very well.
Okay, reduce your armor penalty. Give you weapon focus. Anything that would be more defensive for you. Otherwise, we could actually get confident aim. Self-revive would be nice. Charge would also be helpful. Let's get you unbroken. Armor of Fate 3 per rest, 16 deflection. Dragon Maw is 12, but it does have a bind to it, so it could get improved. But all it has is just a bash. There's also less deflection. Still time to be, yeah, still kind of want to try it out though, see what sort of way it improves. Yeah, they're both exceptional. Oh, there we go. Let's see how it improves. As for weapons, anything bindable that we can give to you? don't think so. Then no particularly good heavy armor. I mean, this one is medium, but the 10% range attacks reflected could be helpful. Then these are just per rest. Quality is only superb. Yeah, that was exceptional. Oh no, okay, this is actually higher quality. I guess we can go ahead and keep it up this for now. Keep the spell defense. Regeneration only gets even better. Consecrated ground is nice, but it's only once per encounter. Stability might be more useful for you. Still though, burn a counter. Exalted Hands is only once per rest. More constitution, reduce attack speed. But increase damage reduction while in low health. Oh, okay, so that's where you get your knockdown. Yeah, maybe do this. Defenses against domination days and all that would be might actually be better for you. Because once you get stunned or whatever, they do tend to change targets. This is going to be that.
Hope you're not expecting much. Of course.
Buy the supplies, check out Wide Wind's area. Was it Wide Wind or was it someone else?
Well met, friend.
Ah. God, you usually sell stuff.
Greetings.
Right, no better prints for you.
Impressed.
This is a craft hall.
Gods keep you.
Nope, not you. Oh, anyway, it's not that big a deal. It's not like we do a whole lot of crafting.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children.
Were you a new hireling or are you someone waiting for an audience? Hireling. Oh, right, the jails. Grenfell. Alright, no, nothing like that. Hunter dragon scales. Have to keep an eye out for those. Oh, Lennon Key Assassins. Oh, there, a robed man at the doorway, his gaze moving between you and Kanarua. Oh, not this again. Now of all times. So, this is the Watcher. He made this very convenient, running around the same place. Careful. Hunting parties have joined, and we have the advantage in numbers. Make this easy on yourself and surrender. Well, first off, how do you even get in here? See the company of shadows, and our labors may remain secret. Right, not telling. Now, bad choice of a place to ambush. We have free rest after this.
Yes? Yes?
Oh, Night Shroud improved. Kill 3 Kenguila with Night Shroud, or just 15 enemies in general. Interrupt improved. Maybe. More damage. On a hit, DR bypass. Defense against blighted dazed attacks. 5% chance to cast finishing blow on hit or critical hit. Which is 50% damage increase. By percentage of endurance lost. Kana looks over the dead bodies, shaking his head. What a waste. He turns to you. I don't see why they even bothered. What harm can a broken tablet do, or any artifact? They aren't even Glenfathans. How long do you think they were stuck waiting up here? A long while, I hope. Yeah, Lid and Key continues to prove their incompetence. They tell me it could stop Rauatai from trying to conquer the known world. But no, I don't think they were here for the tablet. I think you're right. They never asked us for what we found. It seems to be the ruins themselves that take issue with us exploring. Enough to hound me across a deer, Examtel, and the Deerwood. This means you're on the right path. Maybe you stop searching. What's your point? Let's send them down for a change. I mean, we kind of already are. But we are a bit distracted from that right now. So this means you're on the right path? But that's the thing. There was no book of virtues, no message of peace, no answers. I had it wrong. So if we are, as you say, on the right path, what's at the end of it? Seems like if either of us are going to find any answers, they aren't going to be in there. Lid and Key know something we don't, and they mean to keep it that way. Your enemies are mine. I owe you much for all that you've done for me. Perhaps there'll be answers for both of us at the end of your journey. Alright. Glad to hear that. Let's go. And they would have been waiting here forever had we decided not to take the shortcut back.
Of course.
This place, as beautiful as it can be with the absence of children.
Parties is good. We're keeping Devil Karak because we're trying to get her quest leveled up. Not her weapon will level up. Yeah, that should be fine. Sealant lease. British warrior has arrived seeking employment. Oh. Plus 30 fame, plus 2 security. Then we can interact with that. Or not. Anything changed with this? No. Alright, so not this place then. Bodies are gone, as it should be. So why can't we interact with this thing, whatever it is? Well, anyways. Does one of the other locations have something similar? I don't believe we missed anything like that. Done with sign, minus 2 fame, plus 2 security. You guys, yeah, we killed you all.
You gotta see this.
And there's apparently still a trap here. Right, it also has one of these. It's not interactable though. And then shortcuts. So this is a shortcut out. Yeah, all the way over here. Anyways, so as far as Link's Awakening, let's check out the Animancer's location then. See what's going on with their building. Although before we do that, make sure that it's not something we're supposed to be activating with the sword itself. No, it doesn't particularly say. Right, I think it's we can actually stop by Searing Falls as well.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Oh yeah, how's your progress on your weapon? Level 4. That is so little damage.
Hi? Hi?
Oh, she died already. They're kind of blocked off. Alright, try again. Right, so that is a bit of a slow cast. Oh, all the way over here. Yeah, can you check that by any chance? No. Oh. Okay. Guess it was just bugged then that it wasn't reacting earlier. The stock seems to hum as it nears the within the machine. Something arcs between the steel blade and the Adra core of the ancient device. The voice in the stock grows quieter and the weapon feels more powerful. New writing appears along the blade. Find the sun-kissed hillocks where the dead folk sleep. Rest beside their wasting flesh, inspect what dreams you reap. Sounds like it should be a grave.
All right then.
Well, if it's to head off to Gilded Vale. Yeah, it was a bit of a stretch. Black Meadow, Western Wood, Valen Wood, and Wood Fields. Where would there be a hill? Rest beside their wasting flesh. Sounds like the Sun-Kiss, but Heritage Hill is a graveyard and a hill. Not quite sunny. Weird red line. Another Darned Scion. the main quest. Try to avoid that for now. Might need to enter one of these crypts.
You gotta see this.
Without having to enter the tower. Rest beside the wasting flesh. Inspect what dreams you reap. There's also the lighthouse that was haunted for a bit. It did get turned into an inn. But again, that is not a hill. Oh, hopefully we don't have to do another reload on the location. So we still have the manor and at this house. No? Item interactor from the bed. No, still nothing here. Rest beside the wasting flesh, inspect what dreams you reap. You have to rest. Yeah, okay, there are camping supplies here. Okay, so it looks like that was it. Loamy soil squishes underfoot, and something invisible seems to rise from it. You detect essence, faint and barely perceptible, drifting up from the graveyard. The gray sleeper seems to feed on it. The strange voices grow quieter still. Another verse gleams in the steel. Fingers of the world, Adra strong and whole. Kneel before the pillar, in order to your soul. Alright, well, it's fingers. That is... yeah, the statue back at our stronghold. Unless they don't mean literally fingers, there is that other, not a statue, but the formation of Adra. Yeah, it was...
I must say, I'm impressed.
yeah, I think Magrin's Fork had the formation of Adra there. That was kind of formation of Adra pillars sticking out of the ground. Give me that red line. Okay, there's like this one. Is that though? A deep and mighty power emanates from the Adra pillar, resonates in the gray sleeper. As you kneel, the voices in the gray sleeper reach a low, peaceful harmony. A surge of energy fills the blade, and the voices fall silent. You feel the curse snap like a rotten cord. Soulbinder achievement unlocked all the powers of a soulbound weapon. Okay, decent pierce. 10% chance to paralyze on hit or critical hit. Slow spirits through per rest. AoE slow by 60%. 5% chance to cast Invoke Vessel on hit or critical hit. Okay, just a random summoning. Yeah, it's a 5% chance. Okay, not bad. Then Twin Stones as well. Yeah, that seems pretty nice. Only we could enchant you to increase your speed. Oh, they all gotta level up. Well, most of them did. Okay, can increase your engagement. Another level spell mastery. First bird kill. But we can't exactly determine who's going to kill what, so maybe no. Shining Beacon sounds good, but it is burn damage. A lot of enemies have immunity to that. But it is decreased accuracy. Give a single ally. Dazed and confused immunity. Devotion of the Faithful. Yeah, let's just go and get this, the Shining Beacon. As for new spells, Watchful Guardian, 98-point Endurance on Unconscious. It is a friendly AoE. Doesn't say how long it lasts though. Symbol of Bareth. Corrode damage and weakens. Hand of Wow and Woe. Wail and Woe. So, beam of light that heals allies and burns enemies caught in the ray. Alright, so that's a bit of an upgrade of that. Well, not exactly an upgrade, but similar to. Yeah, similar to the iconic projection. Yeah, so similar, but instead of these damage, it's bird damage. New phrase. Rather specific against beast. More healing. Yeah, sure, go with the healing receive buff. If we find that useful, we could then give Adir back his Cloak of Regeneration, or whatever item that had that. Maybe it was a belt, but yeah, that would be more effective if we use those two together. Oh, your last little skills here. Mind Web for 40 seconds. Oh, Okay, so it links the best defensive abilities for everyone. Very interesting. Okay, so are these magic floating weapons or are they something that's actually equipped? Alright, well, we can apparently get both of them. Alright, let's... Yeah, let's try that bounty again.
Of course.
To whispers and shadows.
Yes?
Right, there was... an item that is the AoE. Yeah, 10% ability area or effect. Which you already have. And then more usage on lower level spells. Okay, never mind. You just get down super quick.
Yes?
Alright, freezing pillar time. Are you really small? No, okay, you were just getting up.
Rest up, big guy. Don't come back.
Yeah, okay, they kind of countered with their own version of that. So we have to go with summons, definitely.
Aye?
We have to go with this just to slow them down.
Right here.
Then, probably kill the priest as soon as possible.
Aye? Aspect worth and...
Very little chance of success there.
Aye?
Hey,
Aye?
And everything's kind of blocked off here.
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Alright, gonna switch to range then. Yeah, to Death Beam. Or that could lightning them. try that again. Oh, hey, road width. No, because we can't see your health. Alright, once you get focusing, can't do much.
Following your lead.
Aye? Yes?
We are one fewer one.
He's still kind of surviving.
This thing isn't doing the job.
Almost, but you're not going to quite do it. Yeah, it's your bashing weapon. Right, this sort of worked. You just have to try and keep a few extra people up. Switch over to range.
Yes.
Might be a bit too far for you.
Yes?
Oh?
Yes?
Uh-huh.
Alright, some ogres, maybe they can interfere with the priests.
Yes?
Yeah, try to move back if you can. A little bit. No, that's probably not going to be a good idea. There, shining beacon. There we go.
All right then.
They who woke the stars. Constellation cloak. Sava, you deal with it. Alright, let's get our reward and then call it there. What's going to give us more bounty hunting quests? Roll this ahead, hand it over, and a lot of XP and money. New reports. Okay, so log of path and a pirate. Cipher from the Deadfire Archipelago. Alright, nothing much with that, just new bounties, and we can take care of those next time. Huh, that's quick. Dimensional shift once per rest. And anything else? No. Between Deerfoot and Clab and Relag and Whitestone Hollow. Alright, it'll be easy enough to get them next time. But yeah, that will be it for today. A lot of good progress. Really, yeah, we completed the, more or less completed the DLC. And yeah, just one small part, but otherwise it is done. We'll finish up the last bit next week on Sunday, and then we'll be back to working on the main quest. Probably that, yeah. Tomorrow we'll be back to Rimworld, where hopefully things are still working, and then Saturday will be more Total War Warhammer 3. So, nothing else. Yeah, be sure to follow or subscribe to the channels, depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, as always, my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Imri_EE. I am RE_EE. Blue Sky at Imri-EE. So basically the same thing, just different between dash or underscore. But if you don't use social media, I do try to stream every day at about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes. And regardless of those weird start and end times, towards the middle is a bit more reliable when I'm here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. But nothing else. Thank you all for watching. Thank you to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who made up watching the VODs. Hopefully you are all really entertained, and that you have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. For that, thank you, and goodbye.